Bom dia a todos e a todas. É um prazer estar aqui em mais uma apresentação do Ministério da Agricultura, aqui no Pavilhão Brasil, na COP28. Queria agradecer ao Jorge, do Banco do Brasil, que está aqui representando o banco, um banco tão parceiro do agronegócio brasileiro e que vai trazer as informações do banco sobre a participação do banco e como o banco pode potencializar esse novo programa que nós estamos idealizando lá no Ministério. Agradecer a Graziele, que é uma grande amiga da Singenta, da BAG, enfim, uma grande companheira de jornada aí do agronegócio. Obrigado pela presença. Agradecer a Liege também, representando a JBS aqui nesse painel, e também ao Paulo, representando a Marfrig, aqui na área de sustentabilidade da Marfrig, né, Paulo? Então, muito obrigado pela presença de todos vocês aqui.
Who is
Nós
on
vamos
behalf of Marfrig. Thank you very much.
Eu quero fazer uma pequena introdução. Na verdade, é um grande bate-papo.
We're going to have a chat today, but I would like to make an introduction
Programa de conversão de pastagens degradadas
because we're going to be discussing the conversion of degraded pasture
em áreas agriculturáveis, né?
in
Então, o Brasil hoje,
agriculturable land.
na apresentação, ele tem apenas 7,5% da sua área,
There,
praticamente,
Brazil, only
ocupado por agricultura.
7.5% of its area is
Ele tem um pequeno
composed of
potencial
agriculture occupied by agriculture.
muito devido ao fato do tamanho do Brasil, do país continental que o
And
Brasil
this is, of
é.
course, because of the size of the Brazilian territory as well. So what we wanted is to boost it. So when we saw the beginning of the new administration, we tried to come up with ways to increase the Brazilian production while respecting the environment and the climate.
Tema que é tão colocado hoje mundialmente, né? E aí foi pedido estudo tanto ao Banco do Brasil quanto ao
And
INBRAPA.
then a study was carried out by Embrapa and Bank of Brazil on degraded land.
Tanto ao Banco do
And this study was required at the beginning of the year, and we asked for 6 months until the results could be disclosed. And in May, June, we had a result that was very convergent, actually, because both the Bank of Brazil and Embrapa showed it is feasible to convert pasture land, degraded pasture, into agricultural lands. More we have been able to validate the numbers. And why has Banco do Brasil joined this effort? Because it is a state-owned bank with huge capillarity, more than 1,400 branches, and very much linked to the agro-industry in Brazil that funds the agro-industry, and with a knowledge of the sector, skilled personnel, technicians. And Embrapa, our Agricultural Technology Research Institute, was able to make the mapping so that we could come up with guidelines for this program. As of the transition of the administration, President Lula indicated he wanted to implement this program, and this last week we enacted the decree, and the program is being officially launched here at the COP. I'm going to make a brief introduction, and then I will open for our panelists, and I believe that they have a vast experience in the field, but also a very diverse one, so they will be able to give new perspectives and different perspectives. So our program, the conversion of degraded pastures, is part of the new PAC, the Growth Acceleration Program. So the conversion of degraded pastures plan is included in our program. Here you can see the size of our program. In our opinion, it is possible to recover about 40 million hectares of degraded area into agricultural land. We have 160 million of hectares, and most of it is in degraded land with certain degree of degradation. Out of 100 million, 45 million corresponded to areas that can be converted into agriculture, but of course requires investment. So it all depends, of course, on the area, on the region. But it would require $3,000 per hectare, meaning the correction of the land, machinery, environmental adaptation, and also the costing. Here we have 40 million hectares, which is the objective. $3,000 per hectare means a plan of $120 billion. So it is a bold program, demands a lot of financial resources. The government cannot afford it in its own. We have some support from Plano Safra, the harvest plan, but we do need international support from international funds, from the private sector as well. Also, we set up a 10-year plan for the conversion. And why do we have a 10-year chronogram? Currently, Brazil converts about 1.5 million hectares per year without any kind of government support, government-led incentive, without proper interest rates to fund this soil conversion. But in our opinion, with support from the government and also thanks to the technology developed by Embrapa, we'll be able to scale up. That's why we have this target of 40 million hectares in 10-year time. It might be 11, it might be 9, but overall, our target is a period of 10 years. As I'm going to show you, 50 years ago, Brazil had 27 million hectares used for agricultural purposes. And today, 50 years later, we have about 65 million hectares destined to agriculture. So it is almost this 40 million that was expanded. And that's the same expansion we are trying to reach now. Then you might wonder, how can this be made possible in 10 years, taking into account that when it came to agricultural lands, it took 40 years? First of all, I must say that we have lots of companies operating in this area, and we have already a spontaneous conversion of soil. And on the top of that, Embrapa developed knowledge and technology on tropical crops. So we have a greater capacity to enable the conversion, and we also have much more knowledge than we had 40 years ago. That's why we think we won't need such a long period of time. And in my first slide, you can see a summary, but the objective is to double the Brazilian production in the next year, and we want the production to be traceable and also with carbon measurement. We have some challenges when it comes to measuring carbon that results from the agro-industry, but there is a learning curve, and most certainly the objective is to double the Brazilian production, and the objective is to become the largest exporter of food, also promote development in our country, creating jobs and generating revenue in the countryside of our country. And in order to do so, we need competitive interest rates. The request from the government is to be granted with a 15-year period with 3 years of grace period and 12 years for payment at competitive interest rates. And what do I mean by competitive interest rates? We're going to hear from the representative of Banco do Brasil, of course, but what is clear is that the producer will only carry out the conversion if there is an incentive in place. We are partnering with the several international institutions, such as the Development Bank for the South Korea, and they are proposing good interest rates, also a good return on investment, and the social and environmental action that is connected with food security. So this is all taken into account when we negotiate with the funds, with the international donors, with international partners, so that we can set competitive interest rates. Here I'm going to show you a map that you all know very well, but I think it's worth it to show it again. 62% of the Brazilian territory is covered with native forest, 7.5% of agriculture, and 160 million hectares destined for pastures in Brazil. Here, another important figure. As I mentioned, Embrapa, the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation, developed technology that will allow us to improve and increase our technology. And as you can see in our graph, Brazil grew by 140% its arable and its planted areas. This is a quite striking figure, but what makes us proud, while representatives of the agro-industry, workers of the agro-industry, is the productivity rate, which grew by almost 600% in the past 50 years. As you can see, productivity is the result of several studies that have been carried out, technologies that have been implemented, several efforts that have been undertaken by rural producers, by the academia, by science and innovation experts led by the Brazilian Agricultural Research Agency. So as we can see, the productivity gain was much larger than the expansion of planted areas, of arable land, of used land. So I think that this is a very important figure because it shows the capacity that we have to have better use, better production with a fewer amount of land. On the left side, you can see all pastures in Brazil, and on the right, you can see our big asset. Because on the right, you can see where the 40 million hectares are located, these hectares that can be used for agricultural purposes. So as you can see, basically in the center southern area of the country, southeastern, center east, western area, in the states of Mato Grosso, Goiás, Minas Gerais, state of São Paulo, but mainly the state of Minas Gerais, I would say. So areas that are very far from the Amazon forest, so there is no risk of the expansion of agricultural land in the Amazon. And these areas have already been used by man. They have been anthropized, so as to say. So some cattle raising and livestock production have taken part in this area. So we're not going to deforest anything. We're not going to cut down trees. Actually, we're going to operate soil correction with appropriate machinery, some environmental adaptation, so that this area becomes more productive. As we're going to see, degraded pasture is the cause of carbon dioxide emissions. And when you recover, when you convert the soil, you can actually avoid and capture the carbon dioxide emissions. Here you can see the partnership that we have in order to develop studies and technology. So we brought together Embrapa, the Brazilian Agricultural Research Agency, the Bank of Brazil, and also the Brazilian National Development Bank, BNDES, that can raise international capital and that can help Brazil reach other sources of funding. It's important to say that here, in the context of this program, these areas of coverage are owned by smallholders and medium holders. In other words, this is a family agriculture program, a broad family agriculture program that will bring revenue and development for more isolated areas. And the idea is to increase the agricultural production. And this is a program aimed at soil correction, the use of machinery, environmental adaptation, and costing. And I am about to conclude my presentation, but I'd like to discuss about the presidential decree that was enacted and sets forth the guidelines for this program. It is decree number 11815 as of 5 December, the 5th of December. So a very recent decree through which our president created a committee that is a cross-sectional committee led by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, but in interaction with 12 other ministries, such as the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Agrarian Development, the Ministry of Development and Industry, the Ministry of Finance, the Brazilian Central Bank, and many other members, as you can see, the Securities Commission that will contribute when it comes to the pricing, the carbon pricing. So we have a very good opportunity to tap into Embrapa, of course, National Brazilian Development Bank, and representatives from the agro sector. So this is a very large committee with members from the all important parts in the sector, all stakeholders, so we can also be receiving suggestions when it comes to innovation, funding. This will be a hub for debate, and that will help us implement this program and deliver the results to the Brazilian society with a greater production in the upcoming years. And this is the conclusion almost. We have some slides about the Brazilian Agricultural Research Agency, Embrapa, the amount of workers, the amount of centers of research, the researchers. So I'll briefly go through the slides. Here you can see low carbon agricultural practices that have been developed by Embrapa, such as irrigation, planted forests, integration between plowing, forest and agriculture, bioinputs, biogas. And here we are, of course, focusing on the conversion of degraded pasture. Here we have some figures that are absolute figures, but we have the difference between degraded pasture, conventional systems, and the new proposals in the scope of our program, namely planted forest, direct planting, no-till systems, integrated systems, and a correct management of pastures. So this is the current Brazilian reality, and it does not mean that one activity is more capable of capturing carbon than the others, but we have the overall numbers. And here you can see the possibilities we have in terms of conversion. On the left, you can see degraded pasture, the integration, the grain, rubber, fruits, planted forests, and then Bank of Brazil. And I will give the floor to Jorge, who will be speaking on behalf of the bank. But I wanted to show a slide before that, which is this one. The bank mapped all regions across the country, mapped where we could find the producers eligible to the funding. You can see 100,000 producers. Now we have 120,000 actually, because this database has been updated. So more than 170,000 farms that are eligible for this program. So we have a big potential to tap into with support from Bank of Brazil, which is an institution with a large capillarity in our country. And then here at the end, it's important to say that there is a curve when it comes to pasture recovery. In year zero, the production will be I was listening to a professor yesterday, and he defined the soil as being a big savings account because you make deposits and with time, you take only the dividends. So you always feed this land, this investment, so as to say. On year 2, we have the purchase of the bovines, of the animals. Year 3, the pasture management. And at the end of the 4th year, we are going to have multiplied the production by 5. And we will be able to invest in traceability and carbon. We have a challenge which is being worked on, but we believe that this will be solved in the upcoming years. And to conclude, this same model will be applied to plowing. We made a study with soy crops. We have a rentability of 9% when we make the conversion at year 0. So if we take the same amount of land and we convert for arable land for agricultural purposes, and this increases every year. And according to our study, after the 5th year of crops, there is an increase by 60% in the yield. As you can see, this is a very importantly potential that we have, and we have many other advantages such as the climate, the personnel, the willingness, and here are some sustainability related techniques that are required in the context of the program, such as the use of bioinputs, no tillage, labor certification, also a carbon balance. And I am going to conclude my presentation. There are still some slides. I'm going to the last slide only because that's what I wanted to show you. And I promise that's really the last slide. So the purpose of this program is to double the Brazilian production. Therefore, we need any strategy to be able to sell this production. So, according to the Growth Acceleration Program, 1.7 trillion reais will be invested in a 5-year period of time. And most of it will be invested in infrastructure and logistics, as well as research and innovation. So there will be new investments and new technology being carried out by the Brazilian Agricultural Research Agency, an amount of funding that is unprecedented for Embrapa. It was granted with a very big investment during the second administration of President Lula, and again, so a very considerable amount of investment that will be granted to Embrapa, and this will begin in the beginning of 2024. So we are also trying to think how we can sell this production that will be increased in the upcoming years. But having said that, I'd like to listen from Jorge, who will speak on behalf of Bank of Brazil. I took some time, but of course our panel is kind of limited in terms of time, but I wanted you to tell me about the outlooks of the bank. How does the bank see this program? And given the capillarity of the bank, how you think Bank of Brazil can help Brazil increase its agricultural production?
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'd like to greet all of you who are here, and my fellow panel members. It's a pleasure being here at COP to represent Brazil in a panel about agriculture. Today, I'm an expert in sustainable financing within the bank, but for 9 years, I was in a business area linked directly to agribusiness. So it's a pleasure being here. I have a presentation. I will go through it quickly so that we can talk about important systems to ensure that we can attract more capital in light of the challenge we have. This is just a highlight of what Banco do Brasil does. For a long time, it's been working on sustainability We're now recognized as one of the most sustainable banks in the world, but we started 30 years ago. We developed guidelines, environmental risk systems, a series of practices that have allowed us to reach this ranking today. In terms of the bank's commitments, I want to highlight that we have a portfolio of 500 billion for 2030 and 200 billion in agricultural projects by 2030. So this isn't credit that we dispersed. We want to reach 1 million hectares of restored or conserved areas. This is our sustainable loan portfolio. It goes through a second opinion assessment, so 338 billion reais and 150 billion are linked to agriculture, sustainable agriculture, low carbon agriculture, so all the way from investments for family agriculture in order to store water, etc., as well as low carbon agriculture. Today we have a portfolio of direct crops that account for 50 billion reais. That means families or farmers that practice direct crop. So based on the sustainable finance framework we developed, we are the first bank to include sustainable and low carbon agriculture into our finance framework. What does that mean? Well, it means we're able to attract capital outside, but also internally, and direct them to these practices, low carbon practices, based on the framework we have and the environmental assessment we've done a series of operations in the market. So we worked with multilateral banks such as the World Bank, IDB, and others. And we also do market operations such as sustainability loans. And we also have green collaterals. Today, we emit green collaterals for banks who buy them and then feed the system that allows us to work with these mechanisms. Low carbon agriculture is very well in line with the SDGs. Another instrument we've been developing and have now is carbon credits as an alternative, of course, to provide additional income to the projects. The bank wants to be a main player in the national carbon market, all the way from identifying clients to providing solutions to better structure projects in order to attract financing to the activities that generate these carbon credits. We are currently working with RED projects, but we're also structuring other types of initiatives that have the challenge you mentioned in terms of their methodologies, monitoring, the cost of monitoring for all these activities that happen on the ground. But today, in terms of carbon credit, we already have a very interesting pipeline ensuring about 500,000 hectares of forests are conserved, are protected. I want to highlight specific operations with the World Bank. We have 500 million with the World Bank to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, and one part of it is with credit lines. So we create a credit that's linked to specific targets, meaning that the companies and the farmers have to establish their own reduction targets. And as they do so, they are allowed to have specific benefits in their credit lines. And then there's another aspect, which is a debt system. So we want to develop a debt fund that's also linked to target reductions, to target further reductions, and companies are able to have, for instance, a pension fund that will eventually invest in it. So out of the $500 million, we think, actually 500 billion, we think we will have 1.9 billion, where aside from having this allocation, we'll also bring our own resources. And then we also work on the recovery of degraded pastures, as you mentioned. We've identified areas that have a high or medium level of degradation amongst our clients. And as we work with companies and farmers, we try to find potential areas that can be restored. We also work under the Renovagro project that provides good financing possibilities. About 7 to 8% goes to recovery of degraded pastures or reforestation. And looking at what we need to do in terms of international financial dynamics, when we attract external money, then the exchange rate makes us difficult in the long term because you don't have a currency red. You can only have it for up to 2 years. So this makes it difficult for us to attract more external capital, improve the rates for the client, for the producer in general. So I think initiatives that we've been hearing about to be able to have hedge currency mechanisms for red, that would be very interesting. We're trying to reestablish the infrastructure for our agribusiness. So all the mechanisms that the Ministry of the Economy has announced, the central bank has announced, and the government overall has announced are important. And they also have to help or allow agribusiness to have access to them so that we can provide more lines for for farmers with better conditions, better rates. So I think the bank is a big partners. We have an infrastructure made up of a big network of not only agents, but also we have our own agronomists, and we have technical assistants that's linked to the bank directly, and they help the farmers elaborate their own projects. And of course, the partnership we have with companies. We've visited JBS, we've visited some of the main players to try and understand how we can join forces to reestablish, improve the infrastructure of agribusiness and contribute, of course, to Scope 3 reductions for the companies. Thank you very much. I'm sure that Banco do Brasil can be a catalyzer for the process. It has a tradition working with agribusiness, maybe aside from the government guidelines and the trust that it's also due to the trust that clients have in the bank. So it will be a central player. I will now give the floor to Grazi. She represents Syngenta, and maybe she can bring us a case of in practical terms. You've already started doing this work. You have a partnership with another financial institution. Can you give us an example of the targets you've established for the future, what you've already done, and what you've learned in the process? Thank you very much for being here. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It's so good to participate in this panel next to you. Syngenta has been following rural farmers, and when I saw what you mentioned, the 600% increase in productivity, that's been happening for some years, and Syngenta is one of the founders of livestock forest integration, because way back, agribusiness, it's about doing more with less. It's a company setup. So how can you optimize resources? This is how we came up with the idea of AILPF, as we call this integration between crop, livestock, and forest. It's been happening for a while, but 4 years ago, we decided that it wasn't good enough to have good practices. We need to go beyond. So we started thinking about how we could structure a program to recover degraded areas. We focused primarily on agriculture. And for about 2 years, we decided that, well, we needed technical experts. We needed someone to do the extension, the technical extension. You need financing because it costs a lot. You said $3,000 per hectare. Of course, it depends on the level of degradation. It goes from 1 to 4,000, depending on degradation. So there is financial capital which is needed, but of course you need the farmer to agree to be on board. So we created this program called Revert, and we had ambitious targets. We wanted to deliver 1 million hectares by 2030. We based ourselves on the idea of that we would look also at conservation, productivity, and how we can develop with the bank. In this case, it's Itaú Bank, that's our partner, a private bank. How can we develop a path, a roadmap? And currently we have about 160,000 hectares where we work with a focus, of course, on grain production mostly. But what have we learned along the way? When we started, very few people were interested. So I'm so glad to see that Brazil now, as a country, is looking at these projects. How can we accelerate it? What have we learned? First, in order for a producer to be on board, and this is very well in line with what you said, in order for them to be accepted, he needs to have environmental targets. So if he needs to have 20% reserves, if he has 23, 24, 30, then he commits to sticking with that without clearing out any new zones for 10 years, because what we want is to intensify production and increase productivity. Another thing which was mentioned is about having a competitive rate, but it needs to be a market rate. Also, the grace period you've mentioned of 3 years, because of course it takes a long time. You need a financing or a credit line that's very specific, focused on this type of project. And if you have a collateral based on environmental targets, because ESG criteria is about risk management, and the better you control your risks, the better the return on investment. So in that sense, we're highly interested in developing it, but we also have identified other opportunities. I like the map you showed about the different areas. It could be in an area where you grow oranges, sugarcane, or other. And I like what you mentioned about the small producers. Today we focus on big producers because they have access to credit, they have assets they can provide as guarantee. But now we need to go to the smaller producers and see how we can get them involved. Today we have many farms spread out throughout the country. But the most important aspect to make it work was financing, but not just money. You need technical support. You need to be following up on what's being done. And of course, it's become kind of a lab for us. We are verifying how much carbon we are absorbing, how much we're stocking, what reductions we have in terms of emissions. So how can we work with carbon and track it all the way throughout the process? This is what we're doing. Thank you. I think it was very inspiring, your work, what you're doing. It's really avant-garde work in terms of Brazilian agribusiness, and you have a lot to do to help us, to teach us. So thank you for bringing all the lessons learned and sharing them with us so we can continue progressing towards our objectives. Now I will give the floor to Liege. JBS, and I learned this not very long ago, JBS is structured with green offices. Can you tell us what these offices really are? How does JBS look at the possibility of converting degraded pastures, and what can this mean in terms of business for you?
Thank you. Good morning. At JBS, we are working very hard with social environmental compliance to regularize these areas. So this decree is very welcomed by JBS. And together with Embrapa, we are studying the potential of these areas. At the beginning, we started with 3 offices. Today, we have 20 offices where we gave assistance to more than 12,000 producers, having regularized 7,000 pieces of land. We have a second phase, which is Environmental Office 2.0. So right now, we have a convergence because all the companies are trying to help and assist the producer. So we are doing more than only trading and buying the products. We are also trying to help them regularize their situation. And we can see that livestock by smallholders can benefit from some type of pre-funding because sometimes there might be a problem or a gap between the planting or the production and the yield. So when the producer can operate in a regulated manner, because the environmental compliance must be taken into account, so not only recovering the areas, but also having the regularization of this situation of these producers so that they can have access to several markets, because when the producer is not compliant with the forest code, this producer ends up operating in an irregular market, a market that is not the formal one. And today, we have producers that are suppliers or potential suppliers, but we are actually work with every livestock producers. And when we work with the smallholders, we see that they have different types of livestock, such as cattle raising, for instance. So quite often they opt for cattle raising. And when we have the integration between crop, livestock, and forest integration, we can have an extra production, maybe a third crop, that translates into another stream of revenue within the same area. So you can produce more in the same area, and we can use these environmental offices to leverage this type of production and provide the technical assistance to producers, allowing them to produce more in their area. So we see, of course, a synergy with this program launched by the government, because this encompasses an agenda that is very important for the entire sector. So in addition of helping the producers regularize their situation, we also provide the technical assistance. And we have another program, it's a pilot that we have in Pará with 1,500 families that makes the integration between cocoa production and livestock production in resettlements. So we have the opportunity of bringing this possibility to the agrarian resettlements. So we have a partnership between JBS and the Bank of Brazil for the regularization of the situation of the producers and also for the necessary machinery and equipment, because this producer will have to buy seeds and other type of material, but this work has to be carried out by the producer. So on the top of funding, we needed to provide some education to bring knowledge. We cannot forget these people who are on the field, that they are the ones who will take the decision. So we bring the information to the producer, we give access to loans, and it's important to understand that the non-regulated producers still need access to loans, because there is a certain limitation. Only producers that are compliant with the forest code can have access to loans, but otherwise, how can this producer pay for the regularization of their water certification? You see, we end up in a vicious circle because the financial sector does not want to grant a loan to these producers that is not compliant. So we've been trying to cope with this situation and provide the necessary support and education. Of course, the agro sector is not one size fits all. It is not homogeneous, but we are trying to work with the smallholders. And you showed some figures of the small-sized and medium-sized producers, and they account for most of the degraded pasture areas indeed, and we are working in order to convert degraded pasture into arable land, but also to foster the integration between crop, livestock, and forest integration. So basically, that's our line of work in these environmental and green offices that are in place to provide this assistance to the agri sector as a whole. Thank you. Yes, we are trying to show several efforts that are being undertaken by companies such as Syngenta, JBS, and we are trying to show that that's the potential that we have in the agro industry. Of course, the final purpose is to end degraded pasture or intensive livestock, even intensive agriculture. They are more focused on agriculture, you on livestock, and it's very important to have this diversification, but we should not rely on a single model for this migration of carbon gas emission capture systems. And it's very important to include the technical assistance, the funding, as you mentioned, and also the education, which is fundamental: financial education, technical education. This is of uttermost importance. Brazil is a big player in the agro-industry, and it's going to be an even bigger player. Now, I would like to listen from Paulo. Paulo, thank you for your presence. Could you please tell us about Marfrig's efforts in this sense? What kind of support you're giving to smallholders? Because I know you operate in this field. If you could please tell us what is Marfrig's take on our program and on the efforts you are undertaking. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I would like to greet everyone. We see a total synergy. When it comes to Marfrig, and in line with Liege from JBS, in 2020, we launched a program called Marfrig Grain Plus. This program had two main objectives. Taking into account that we should no longer have the exclusion premise, meaning this non-compliant producer cannot sell to JBS, to Marfrig, he's not eligible to funding, he cannot sell to a supermarket. So we assumed it was not the best way to convert and to recover these producers. So we launched the program that intended to understand the reality of the producer and try and keep him in the supply chain. So from this assumption, we took a few efforts. One, to recover the producers. Our chain covers about 30,000 producers, 10,000 active suppliers. And between 2021 until now, we regularized the situation of 3,975 farms that had access to technical assistance. They had access to funds for their environmental regularization, therefore being able to stay at our supply chain. In order to do so, our program had a very important budget, 300 million reais for the first cycle of the program, and now we are about to start the second cycle. These 300 millions have been raised through a green fund. We had a 40 million transaction, and at the end of 2019, a sustainable transition bond that allowed us to raise 400 million. So most of these funds have been allocated to this program because it costs money. And I believe that the financial market is very important to give scale to this type of program. And the second objective of our program is identifying the direct and indirect chain so that we can ensure traceability. And at COP, we are launching the second phase of our program, which is now very much targeted at providing support and assistance to producers on the top of other efforts that we deem important. One of them, and this is totally in line with the program, your program, is the recovery and reconversion of degraded pasture. In our opinion, in order to maintain a production and combine it with protection, we need technical assistance for pest maintenance, and we also need to recover areas that have a potential to tap into. So I believe your program is in line with our strategy. We have undertaken the commitment to recover 100,000 hectares in the context of your program, and let's see how this is going to evolve over the next cycle of our program. We also have a name with regards to forest restoration. So we have the green restoration of 2,000 hectares, which has a high cost. We have a partnership with Regreen, but we have also founded a company with other 5 partners, which is Biomas, focused on environmental restoration. So for us, the restoration of an area can have several different purposes, and the restoration is a business because it generates revenue for this regeneration itself because of the carbon. So this is in the context of Regreen. Now, as for Bioma, we have Rabobank, Suzano, Vale, Marfrig as partners in this program of ecological restoration with a considerable budget. And we are also raising international capital so that we can implement these projects. Another aspect of our program is the reintroduction of wild animals. So 10 million reais are invested in a recovery hub in Pantanal with a strong focus on tigers. So we really want to also educate the population so that the population can learn how to live in harmony with these wild animals. So this is part of our program, and we have the classical efforts, meaning pasture management, genetic improvement. Marfrig owns one of the best genetic improvement companies in Brazil. So in our opinion, for the bovine production, this is very important. And we have another program with funds from Norway, the Netherlands, and Carrefour Foundation. This is a project of 10 million euros that is taking place in the northern area of Mato Grosso to give support to 300 livestock producers, and we are providing them with technological assistance so they can have integrated livestock. So I have a futures contract for the purchase of these bovines. The area has been recovered both in terms of restoration, but also the management and the genetic improvement, so the animals will be of better quality and traceable. And we are also going to have logistics in place to transport these coughs. So there is, in our opinion, a big synergy between the policies implemented by the state of Mato Grosso, our program and your program. So overall, taking into account all these actions that will be part of the second cycle of our program, we do believe we are perfectly aligned. Let's see over the next years how we can all get together, the government, Bank of Brazil, Marfrig, how we can scale up. And for us, it's also a sectorial opportunity. The sector has been working together, but maybe we can also scale up our sector. So, Mr. Secretary, we are perfectly aligned and we are very happy because we had been doing so to a certain extent, and now we are doing so in the context of a structured program with funds made available. And for us, when it comes to high level production that correctly pays the producers and brings revenue for the countries while having a production that preserves the forest, we need to have funds being allocated, and we should have programs like this one you recently launched. So we are very much happy with it. Thank you, Paulo. We are approaching the end of our panel, but if you allow me, I wanted to say that that's the wealthiness of the agro industry in Brazil, the several initiatives that we can see and the several efforts that might lead to a gain in our Brazilian production. And we are competing with our neighbor pavilion, but in any case, for the ones who are here in the audience and following us online, we wanted to show you this diversity of efforts, but with a common objective, which is to increase the Brazilian production. We have the case of Syngenta, the support from Bank of Brazil that also partner with other companies. We have the efforts undertaken by JBS through the green offices, the several actions and measures undertaken by Marfrig in its sustainability project, so several different actions. And now I'd like to open for questions and answers. I don't know if we have time and if there is a question. If not, we can make the final remarks. You have 1 minute each for your final remarks so that we can conclude our panel. And once again, thank you very much for your presence. Jorge. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and I believe the bank is an important partner of the agro industry, a partner in terms of implementation of public policies. And Bank of Brazil always had special programs for rural producers, so we play a public and private role. We have a public mission, of course, but we also compete on the market with major players. And I really wanted to tell you that I am available for partnering with producers, with the companies operating in the sector. Let's work together so that we can produce, we can restore, and keep Brazil in the forefront of food production in Brazil and internationally. Grazie. At SDG 17, we have the partnerships for goals, so we don't do anything alone. The partnerships we have between Embrapa, Bank of Brazil, agro-industry companies, we are all working together and trying to work in a more rapid manner with less resources, with more restoration, with forest recovery, This is all very important. And if you allow me, I will give you an example of a case we have. We had the example of a project with a producer, and he was talking to the technician saying that every year he wanted to come to a place, take a photo, well, to a photo family with his family, the family of the expert technician that was providing assistance, and the land. So every year they took a photo family. So the land is not only the livelihood, the land is also the identity of these producers. And when we finally understand it, we can make a lot of things happen. Liège. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and also our green offices are at your disposal, are available for the producers willing to partner with us. Please join one of our 20 hubs, one of our 20 units, and we can work with each and every producer in Brazil willing to regularize their situation. And we should understand that the recovery of pasture and the technical assistance is also one solution for deforestation, because we needed to engage smallholders and medium holders, because they are often under pressure and they end up cutting down trees to increase their production. So it is important to stop this trend and allow them to produce further in their own lands, in the areas where they operate. So again, a lot of synergy amongst these stakeholders. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to mention something. Embrapa has already mapped the best agricultural practice per region. And of course that we have this strong reliance on soy, maize, sugarcane, but the Brazilian Agricultural Research Agency also identified areas that are prone to growing, bean, rice. This has been mapped by Embrapa, and it's available for you if you want to join this project. Please, it's another possibility, because we're not limited to livestock or soy or grain. We are actually trying to encompass the entire Brazilian production that can be made in several areas where we have degraded pasture. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll be brief, but as we see, it all requires considerable funds. Most producers in Brazil do not have access to loans, to funds. We can provide these via several channels. Even directly, the industry can invest directly, but it's not enough. So we've been in exchanging with banks and the financial market, and it is very important that we are able to develop financial mechanisms aligned with the transformation on the field, mainly focusing on small producers. We have 25 million livestock producers and 1.7 million are smallholders. They do not have access to loans, to funds, and when this access does not exist, the transformation we all aim for do not take place. So we are trying to convince the banks to work out of the box a bit. We know there is a risk. The bank has a limit when it comes to risk exposure. These producers do not have the means to guarantee their loans. We are much aware of it. Sometimes their situation is not regularized, but we needed to come up with ways. We need to come up with financial mechanisms that are out of the box. Not only adapting what we have in place already, really thinking out of the box so that we can carry out the transformation. And I'm very insistent on this because it is very important for us to be able to fund it. And I think that the carbon credit market is one of the ways, but also with public policies and the networking of the stakeholders in this chain so that we can develop this type of financial instrument. Thank you very much, Paulo. So now we are very much excited to know there are so many efforts aimed at recovering degraded areas, and we really needed to make this happen and bring together private initiative, rural producers, and we really needed to make this gain in productivity feasible without cutting down trees and preserving what we have in a sustainable manner and increasing production, be it through sustainable management, the conversion of degraded pasture into agriculture. There are several models that can be applied, and the government wants to be an enabler so that smallholders and the private sector can develop their vocation. Thank you very much for your presence. We are going to conclude the panel, and I hope, I wish you all safe travels back to Brazil. And I'd like to thank Apex for the opportunity and for everyone. Thank you.
E conseguem me enxergar daqui desse? Eu vou ter. Ai, ai. Já me apresentei, sem problemas. Eu vou fazer a abertura daqui e depois, que aí eu conduzo de lá. O microfone já está funcionando. Tá, tudo bem. O microfone já está funcionando. Mas... Sim. Bom dia a todos. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
We are going to have this session in Portuguese as we are in the House of Brazil. So you are most welcome. And I'll change to our beautiful Portuguese now. Bom dia a todos. Prazer recebê-los aqui.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure having you with us in the Brazilian Pavilion to talk about the contributions of the Brazilian Low Carbon Agricultural Plan, as it's known, the ABC Plan for food security in the 21st century. My name is Bruno Brasil. I am Director of Innovation, Rural Development and Irrigation within the Ministry of Agriculture. And today we will talk about food security and the link between food security and sustainable production. 50 years ago, Brazil used to import basic food, and we suffered from food insecurity. And thanks to an ambitious and brave strategy of the Brazilian government, we invested in science and technology. And next to rural producers, we transformed the reality of the Brazilian agricultural sector. We went from a country that lived with food insecurity and now have become one of the biggest, or actually the biggest, net exporter of food stipends in the world, not only feeding the 200 million Brazilians, but 800 million people throughout the world, which accounts for 10% of the global population. However, we will need to do more. Demand for food during the first half of the 21st century will increase by 60% worldwide, and Brazil has an important role to play in order to ensure future food security. understanding that the development model for the 21st century necessarily has to be based on sustainability. The Brazilian initiative that began 13 years ago with the launch of a sectorial plan for the low carbon agriculture, the ABC plan, is strategic in the sense that it allows the country to move forward towards that goal of sustainable agriculture and livestock. This plan uses nature-based solutions, solutions that are based on science actually, with investments to help meet the needs of producers, not only in terms of sustainability, but also profitability and cost reduction. This is the magic that makes this policy very efficient and is able to reach the results we need at scale, which we will discuss today. So I invite all of you to pay attention to what will be said today by our panelists. And I would like to invite our first panelist, Dr. Ratan Lal.
He's a distinguished professor of the Ohio State University. It's an ambassador of goodwill from ICA for sustainable development. And it's also a World Food Prize winner from 2020 and part of the IPCC group laureated with the Nobel Prize in 2007. It's a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Ratan Lal. You are such a reference and an inspiration to all of us. Please.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I also want to thank His Excellency, the Minister of Agriculture, Carlo Favaro, and of course, you yourself, Mr. Bruno Brazil, for moderating the session and inviting me. As suggested, I'm going to talk about Brazil Plan ABC and its role in global food and climate security. First of all, I want to go back to what you said. Brazil was a food importer and now one of the largest food exporters. So between 1961 and 2021, Brazil total food export has increased from 237 million tons by a factor of 10 to 2,300 million tons. So that's really a remarkable success story compared with Latin America. So just to repeat, Brazil's food export has increased from 238 million tons in 1961 to 2,300 million tons in 2021. Latin America on the whole is a very similar trend, but Brazil is certainly very impressive. I think in addition to that, it is very appropriate to state that Brazil is world agricultural powerhouse. Since 1960, Brazil transformed from a food importer to the largest net food exporter of the world. So congratulations to everyone. And this transformation, often called also the Cerrado miracle, is one of the most important development in modern world agricultural history. Brazil also is among the top 5 world producers of some 36 agricultural products. 5 produced. That's very impressive. And output has quadrupled since 1960 and growing at the rate of 3.5% per year. However, as everybody recognizes, we must address the issue of greenhouse gas emission. For example, in soybean, the soybean depend on land use and management. The greenhouse gas emission can be as much as 18 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of grain produced because of the emission of greenhouse gases, especially N2O. The highest carbon footprint is for conversion of rainforest into soybeans, and without land use, greenhouse gas intensity varies from 0.3 to 0.6 gram of CO2 per kilogram of soybean. No-till system has the lowest carbon dioxide intensity. No-till farming, these are my own experiments when I was working in West Africa, but also had experiments in Brazil's many regions, Sao Paulo, Paraná, even Manaus and Belém area. I traveled widely. So no-till farming has been very nicely adopted in Brazil, better so than in Midwest United States. Potential of carbon sequestration that our colleague Ado Sari and his father Carlos Saris have done very good work. Pasture have a sequestration potential of 155 million metric ton of carbon. Then the upper limit is about 620 with an average of 387. Conservation agriculture on a cropland, lower limit 140 million ton and with a mean of 334 and the upper limit of 330. Brazil's ABC plan is something that I should congratulate the planners because their idea is to reduce greenhouse gas emission. The specific objectives contributing to the achievement of international greenhouse gas reduction commitments, granting the continuous improvement of agricultural practices that reduce greenhouse gas emission and increase carbon storage in soil. Incentivizing the adoption of strategies that increase environmental protection of plants is another important objective. And at the same time, the goal is to increase income vulnerable communities so they can get some additional income from these improved practices. And at the same time, improving efforts to reduce deforestation led by livestock and agricultural production in the Amazon and the Cerrado regions. Brazil's ABC plan for low carbon emission agriculture was established 2021, and MAPA announced this sectoral plan to climate change adaptation and low carbon emission in agriculture, seeking sustainable development for 2020-2030 period. The plan builds on previous edition of 2010 to 2020, and ABC is an instrument that promotes sustainable agriculture through strategies of adaptation and mitigation of greenhouse gases. The new phase, 2020-2030, it can mitigate a plan 1.1 gigaton, that's a billion ton of CO2, adoption of best management practices on 73 million hectare, and LISOM, which is a joint project, Living Soils of the America, that ICA and Ohio State are putting together, is a natural partner in this endeavor with the ABC plan. And the technical potential of the LAC region over 20-year period is estimated about 10 gigaton, billion ton, petagram of CO2. Other countries which are cooperating are in Africa, AGRA. Yesterday there was a panel discussion in which ICA is also actively involved, and we are hoping that ICAR of India will. The goals, how to cover the pasture restoration over 2010 to 2020 period, which we ended, 15 million hectare, crop livestock 4, no-till on 8, biological nitrogen fixation 5.5, afforestation 9, gas from manure 4.4 million per million cubic meter. The next phase, 2020-30, mitigate CO2. I think adopt BMPs, and of course the partnership, we discussed that briefly already. The similarity between ABC of Brazil and LISOM are many, and they include limiting greenhouse gas emission, phasing out fossil fuels. I hope that happens soon, because if we can phase out fossil fuel and adopt better agriculture like Brazil has been doing, the chances of limiting global warming to 2 degrees centigrade is very good. Reducing land use emission, which are critical, and removing CO2 from the atmosphere. Globally, there's a tremendous potential. Soils of the world can mitigate 20 to 25% of all fossil fuel-based emission. And the restoration of soil is also in accord with the UN Decade of Restoration by protecting carbon in soils and wetland. One part I finally like to mention is carbon farming, which means growing soil carbon as a farm commodity that can bring another income stream for farmers. Then there's a question of negative emission agriculture, which can mean that agriculture create a net positive carbon budget, not just a zero. And 1 megagram of carbon, of course, can bring 10 times more production, which means very large net negative emission. With that, and with the Brazil being such a progressive example of excellent agriculture, we certainly have a very bright future ahead. We must make agriculture a solution to environment issues, and we need policies which are pro-nature, pro-farmer, and pro-agriculture. I am very impressed with what Brazil has done, and I hope rest of the world can follow your example. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rathenlau. Agora eu gostaria de passar a palavra para Ana Paula Mello.
I will now give the floor to Ana Paula Mello. She is here as Sustainability Assistant from the Minas Gerais Federation of Agricultural Systems. She represents our Confederation of Agriculture, CNA. It's a pleasure having you, Ana Paula. The partnership with the private sector is essential if we want to be able to develop an agriculture that's more sustainable in Brazil. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning to all. I can't start saying anything without saying that it is a huge honor to be here representing our confederation, but mostly being next to you, to such a reference in this area, Dr. Lau. And also it's with great joy that I am here. In some fora, we've seen criticism about Brazilian agribusiness, which has been doing so much already and developing so much in the last few decades in light of this problem. And we have a reference in soil and land use that can say to everyone who is willing to hear how much our agriculture and livestock production has transformed in the past few decades. The fact that we've been able to double production with sustainability, first with some decades, and then it took less time every time to be able to increase that productivity, which is what the FAO and other institutions expect from Brazil to ensure we will have food security, not just for Brazilians, but for the world. As a country that exports food, that is our role. We export food, but we also export technology, agricultural technology for tropical zones. Perhaps it can be applied in Africa so we can further increase global food production in light of a population that is still growing. We will soon reach 9 billion inhabitants, most of them living in cities and urban areas, and it is up to the rural areas to supply these cities with food. It's up to the rural areas to conserve waters and also produce water. Rural producers, rural farmers also produce water. They produce services to an ecosystem. They produce the air that we breathe alongside with the nature that they conserve in their areas, in the permanent preservation zones, as is required by our legislation, which is so robust in that sense. So Brazil is an example in terms of agriculture and livestock, and for the environment as well. The Brazilian producer, but also the producer from the state of Minas Gerais, where I am from, provides environmental services. I'm going to say something which is so obvious for all the Brazilian people, but we have people from elsewhere, so we need to make it clear. our agriculture and livestock, or rather our native vegetation, which we protect in rural in rural areas, is not just the Amazon. We need to repeat ourselves. Native vegetation doesn't come just from the Amazon. Of course, they have lots of nature there, but every single rural producer in Brazil has to keep part of its land protected as a vegetation and natural reserve. Aside from that, also whenever there are high slopes, springs, and other areas, by our legislation, they have to be protected. This is called for in our legislation, which is what we call the permanent preservation zones. So farmers do it all, Brazil does it all to be able to feed the world, and less than 9% is used for agriculture. 66% of Brazil is native vegetation, which produces oxygen, clean air, water, a series of things. And this is also something we look to produce in our rural productions. Everything that you have planted, soil, corn, coffee, all these plants are also doing photosynthesis. So both our production areas and our preservation areas, which are many, do this role for the environment, which is why we say that Brazil is an agro-environmental power, and it is an example for the world in all these aspects, environmental aspects, agricultural aspects, but also livestock. Technology has allowed us to develop a lot, and we've met countries that want to talk to us to know what the secret is behind the success. They want us to teach them. They want missions to understand how we're able to produce, for instance, ethanol, meat. Lots of people have come up to us to ask us this question. So we have become an example for the world. And on this panel, to talk about low carbon agriculture, and from my federation of the state of Minas Gerais, I have to say we've been participating in the ABC plan from the start, right from the beginning. In the beginning, we saw that it was very difficult to establish a dialogue because lots of people said, "What's that? What's low carbon agriculture?" This is what rural producers would tell me. I just want to produce, I want to sell my products, generate income, and have a quality of life for my family. They also deserve to have a good quality of life, not just those who are in the cities and have all the comforts of a modern lifestyle. So producers, farmers also want quality of life. They want to provide their children with education. They want to create employment and to improve their quality of life so that they can understand. However, when we would come to them and talk about low carbon agriculture, they'd say, "What? What exactly is this?" So we've seen a huge development in that sense. Today, because of climate change, we are able to have that dialogue with them. And let me just make a parenthesis to give you an example. There was a project we developed a while ago to restore degraded pastures. As soon as farmers believed and was backing the project, for every real producers invested 7 reais. They invested 7 times more than the actual project had allocated because they understood the results that would come from it. It's not because he said, "Oh, it's going to capture carbon." No, it's because he saw the result, the impact it had on his own production. He was able to produce better, he was able to hire people and generate more quality of life for their family.
Carbon comes as a co-benefit. And you know, Professor, it is interesting because rural producer produces water, sequestrates carbon, and you see all this carbon mentioned by Professor are not part of international methodology, so we have to make an effort in order to include it. And the rural producer does so. It creates jobs, generating streams of revenue, promotes water infiltration. And when this is combined with a sustainable production, the cattle will consume less water with a greater well-being, with a better quality of the protein that's produced. However, it does not reach the market. And these externalities are not integrated by the rural producer because this rural producer know that the production amounts to coffee, meat, liters of milk. So the producer knows there is a certain amount of produce, a certain generation of produce. However, this producer does not know how to quantify the co-benefits he generated as well. And the same is valid for the carbon, which can be a co-benefit. So what I wanted to say is that it is important for us to be aware that the rural producer is doing all of this in Brazil. However, when it comes to measuring MRV, so on and so forth, this is not taken into account by this rural producer who does it but is not capable of measuring it. In the state of Minas Gerais, we have about 1,000 rural registrations. In Brazil, we amount to more than 5,000 properties that are subject to the rural registration system. And the state of Minas Gerais, 90% are smallholders. And in Brazil, it is not a very different scenario, but this producer won't actually calculate, won't actually measure. And that's what I really wanted to touch upon because we need to come up with a system through which it will be possible to measure the co-benefits produced and generated by local producers so that together we can have a joint work carried out by the state level, by the federal level, so that we can measure these co-benefits that are a co-benefit for the entire global community, not only for our country. And it's not the rural producer who will be able to do so individually. That's why we require technology, artificial intelligence. We can also use the research developed by Embrapa, the Brazilian Agricultural Research Agency, and we've been working in this way in the past decades and in a more rapid manner in the past years. But I would say that in 5 years' time, we are going to have something quite impressive. You can be confident that technology, artificial intelligence will bring about several outcomes and results so that we can have a single language being adopted. We already deliver the co-benefits, but we don't know how to communicate them and how to measure them. So the message is that agriculture and livestock in Brazil are sustainable. They generate food security for the world, energy security, and climate security. We are all going to have lunch after the panel, and that's thanks to the Brazilian producers. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ana Paula, pela bela fala.
Thank you, Ana Paula, for your remarks, for the explanation. I believe that the challenge we have in the 21st century, not only in the agro industry in Brazil, but for the economic development models, is to effectively account for the co-benefits in the context of private models in the energy sector, in the agribusiness sector. This is a virtuous cycle that we can reproduce with technology and intelligence. So now I'd like to hear from Fabiola Mota. Thank you very much for sharing our panel. She heads the OCB, the group of cooperatives in Brazil. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity granted by the Ministry of Agriculture, the Brazilian Cooperativism, on behalf of our organization and on behalf of the cooperatives that are following us and our colleagues. Thank you very much. We are very happy to be here present at COP28 discussing such an important topic, not only for Brazil, but worldwide, which is the ABC Plus plan, as it includes food security, a low carbon transition, and also because it allows us to talk about the role of cooperatives in this context. We from the OCB network, we do believe that the transition for a more sustainable economy is a role to be fulfilled by government, by private institutions, but also by people. We need to engage people who need to understand they have a role to fulfill as well. And in this sense, the cooperativism will help getting these people together, smallholders, medium holders, who through cooperativism will be able to have access to knowledge, to technology that we have available in terms of regeneration and low carbon technologies. Our colleague mentioned the 5 million producers we have in Brazil, and 1 million of these producers are in our cooperatives. So the strength of cooperativism is very important. We know it is complex to bring good technologies, state-of-the-art technologies to small-sized rural properties, and cooperatives are able to do so. And the cooperatives are present as of the beginning. We partner with the ministries for over 10 years when we came up with the first sectorial plan aimed at tackling climate change. So we were there at the very beginning. The agro industry is very much criticized, but we were the first sector to have an organized network to debate this issue. And the technologies, they are well developed. And actually, the cooperativism is fertile ground to reproduce these technologies. We have about 90,000 rural technicians that are made available through our cooperatives. And as a consequence, we can spread these technologies and take them to small producers, which is an enabler of the ABC plan. And we have several success cases. More than 1,188 cooperatives in Brazil, and they all, or most of them, adopt the ABC Plus plan. And I want to share with you some of these cases of cooperatives that are already implementing the technologies. First of all, Rio Grande do Sul. Before the beginning of the panel, we were discussing this technology, this non-till technology that started being implemented in 93 by smallholders in Rio Grande do Sul. Today, more than 8,500 apply this technique with the aim of increasing their productivity and storage capacity. And today we have almost 10,000 producers using no-till techniques. As you can see, they have been awarded for the use of this technology called 365. It is a technology developed by Embrapa and one cooperative called CGGL. And the objective of this Operation 365 is to keep green coverage on the soil all year long. You can imagine the amount of carbon that is stored on the ground thanks to this technology, which generates better soil stability and the better chemical balance of the soil as well, diminishing the use of synthetic fertilizers, generating hydrogen through the recycling of the soil. And this cooperative has a logo. They say that the soil is the greatest asset of a producer. So anything they can do to enrich the soil will turn into revenue and gain for the family. So they just need to have access to the technology because they are very much interested. They know that the soil means their very livelihood, so they don't want to destroy it. They want to restore it and to have it permanently restored. But in order to do so, these producers need to have access to knowledge, to loans, and in this sense, the cooperative have an important role to play. Another case I'd like to present is Cocamar. Cocamar was launched in 73 with 46 coffee producers with an aim to produce and sell the production of 46 founders. With time, they grew and diversified, including other products. Today, more than 110 operational units in the state of Paraná, São Paulo, and Mato Grosso do Sul, and there are 20,000 families that are part of the cooperative, and they use a piece of technology called the integration between livestock, crop, and forestry. As a consequence, they are able to have different crops, reduce gas emission, and the producers are also able to have access to revenue through polyculture. They grow orange, soy, other products, other grains, and they can also use it for livestock. So this is very important for a zero carbon livestock. So it is possible to restore and regenerate the soil and improve the circuit. And through this integration, crop livestock forestry, it is possible to improve the quality of the livestock, multiply the number of cattle, and at present they produce 45 kilos of meat per hectare of areas that were previously degraded. And today, more than 18 million hectares use this technology in the context of the cooperative, and the target is to reach 35 million hectares. So the ABC Plus plan includes targets. Some targets have been met and already reviewed, and now we have the cooperatives undertaking new targets that are very ambitious. Here, another case that we have in the northern area of Brazil in the Amazon called CAMTA, a cooperative that was launched in 1931, and they had the monoculture of pepper. And after decades of pepper monoculture, there was a degradation of the soil and a crisis in the pepper crop. Through technologies developed by themselves, including knowledge from local communities and a lot of piloting, they tested over 200 different planting techniques, and they developed the agroforestry SAFTA model. This is exclusive for sustainable agriculture in the Amazon, and as a consequence, this area today exports tropical fruits, and it is a reference in terms of development, and they shield deforestation in the Amazon. Today, more than 1,800 producers generating more than 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, and SAFTA are used in 40,000 hectares of land, and they expanded the knowledge of this technique that is today used in Bolivia, in Ghana. So more and more, we've been able to export these technologies and methodologies, therefore increasing the productivity, because now they have a broader productivity. They use other products as well, such as cocoa and fruits, and they are also able to have a more sustainable production. And according to Embrapa studies, they can retain a lot of carbon. The third case includes a set of cooperatives such as Castrolanda, Copacol, Cevale, Frimeza, Copavel, so a set of cooperatives, and they have sustainable practices for the production of biogas, a source of energy. They use swine waste and other types of waste in order to generate biogas. The results reduce methane emissions, and also they allow for the treatment of agricultural waste, which means a more sustainable use of energy sources. Several cooperatives have been awarded in Brazil, and they needed to be globally acknowledged because they developed technology to mitigate and neutralize greenhouse gas emissions. For instance, Frimeza has an ESG roadmap in which there is a focus on neutralizing all greenhouse gas emissions by 2040 in the context of the operations of this cooperative. More than 20 million reais have been invested only this year in the production of biomethane, and in several swine plants managed by these cooperatives have their own energy being generated through biogas. As a consequence, there is no gas being released into the atmosphere, and we also have a conversion into electric power. And we know that electric power accounts for 30% of the costs of a producer. So when you can make this feasible, you can reduce the costs of the agricultural production, you can bring benefits for the environment, and you can also enable these producers to have access to financial resources that will allow them to implement and to invest in other technologies that will have a positive impact in sustainability, be it in terms of sustainability or environmental. Here you can see our ongoing progress, and we wanted to highlight our total support to ABC Plus plan. We have had positive outcomes already that need to be promoted more and more. For us, the ABC plan is essential for decarbonizing the agro-industry and for reaching the carbon neutrality locally. So our objective is to raise awareness among producers, and we have a strategy within our OCB system with regards to an ESG agenda so that we can have more and more producers using these techniques. We have a program called ESG COP through which we're going to map the level of each cooperative, agro industry cooperatives, financial cooperatives of any sector, of any given sector. They will all map their gaps when it comes to adhering to the ESG agenda, and we will propose solutions as well, because for us, the ABC Plus is a solution, so this is part of our agenda, so that we can more and more provide ESG solutions at the properties and at the cooperatives as well. This way, we can have a systematization and also raise awareness and inform what we are doing. We all say that Brazil does a lot and does a lot of things well. However, this is not known globally. So you can rely on the cooperatives for undertaking the transition and for spreading the information. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fabiola. Quite impressive to hear the cases all over the country and how the cooperatives are working towards sustainability. In none of the cases you showed, you talked about the implementation of the 365 operation in the southern area of Brazil that allows a green coverage all over the year. And this program became even more important after we had droughts in the area, and we can see that these plans combines mitigation efforts with adaptation efforts. Therefore, our production system becomes more resilient and less vulnerable to climate change effects, and we can have lots of gains in productivity, creating the virtual cycle I referred to at the beginning. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now I'd like to give the floor to Jackson Brilhante, who is here to represent the Ministry of Irrigation and Sustainable Production in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. He coordinates the group at state level of the application of the ABC Plus program. And Jackson, you represent a very large state, and we have a continental size country with 5 million rural properties that require a lot of partnership with the states. Otherwise, we would not be able to launch this challenge. And the success that we have is thanks to the partnership. So if you could please tell us about it. Thank you.
Primeiramente, gostaria de agradecer.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank MAPA, the Ministry of Agriculture, for the invitation. And before I start my presentation, I'd like to say that it's an honor to be next to the biggest reference in terms of soil, Professor Dr. Ratan Lal. For those who work with soil science and carbon stocking, like myself, we're quite honored to be sitting next to you. My presentation is going to give you an overall perspective of how the ABC plan is inserted and being implemented within the states of our federation. It's an important policy. In the state of Rio Grande do Sul, over the past 3 years, we've seen lots of droughts. They have had a direct impact on production. We understand that the ABC plan is a public policy that needs to be permanent to mitigate all the climate effects that we're seeing and that are affecting agricultural sector. Just to situate ourselves, we are a state from the south of Brazil at the border between Argentina and Uruguay. There are 2 biomes there, Pampa and Atlantic forest, 2/3 of which is Pampa. These are the main agricultural products we have, 35 production chains, a gross domestic product that accounts for about $121 billion, and part of it is exported to 201 countries, which brings $16.5 billion from exports. $1 billion. Mostly we grow soybean, rice, chicken, meat, and pork, beef and pork. How did the policy come about? Well, it was through a participative construction process. So we created a management group in 2012. Many different entities make up this group. In 2022, which you see in the first image, the meeting that we had that all states were invited to participate in Brazil to be able to create a state plan. So for each state, an adaptation was made. We had many discussions, and then it was up to us to start working to implement the plan at the state level, at the subnational level from 2012. Actually, from 2022 to 2023, we worked with many experts from Embrapa, the research agency, the different federations for agriculture, big farmers, smaller producers, family farming, everyone was involved. And this year, we had the privilege of publishing our state agricultural policy. We are the 3rd state in Brazil to publish its plan. And in it, we set the targets for our state regarding all the technology that's going to be adopted to reduce our emissions. So the major goal is to promote adaptation to climate change and control greenhouse gas emissions in the state of Rio Grande do Sul and its agriculture to have increased efficiency, meaning we want producers to produce more, spend less, and have less impact on the environment, which means we want more resilience. So the systems are more stable so that they can overcome periods of drought while minimizing production losses and ensuring that the systems will improve water infiltration when there is too much rain, for instance, and of course, doing that alongside environmental preservation. I'm going to show you some of the targets we have for our state. The first is the no-tillage system for grains. In this system, we want to expand 600,000 hectares, the use of this technique, so 4.8% of the no-tillage system of Brazil. You might think it's not a lot, but our objective is to be able to actually do the correct no-tillage system. So maintaining permanent cover of soil, whether it is with live plants or other dried plants, to make sure we're promoting the restructuring of the soil and ensure that they have a better capacity to store water. And all of these practices together will allow us to increase carbon within the soil, which is a good indication of soil quality. So we are increasing production, we're increasing carbon in the soil, and this will help us be more productive. And I bring to you a very practical example. This is a publication that's looked at high carbon storage in a degraded subtropical soil, and we're able to show that we can increase carbon accumulation by 1.15 in the soil. So it's a system that allows us to mitigate for carbon emissions. The other example I bring to you is the biological nitrogen fixation. We want to expand to 1 million hectares. Basically, this is about having bacteria that are available, that are able to remove nitrogen. This corresponds to 7.8% of the Brazilian target. This is a technology that was developed in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, actually. We have more than 1,000 microorganisms that can be used for agriculture, for forests. And this paper shows how much we can save. This is a work done by Mariangela. It shows that you're able to have huge savings, $16 billion for soy production, avoiding the emission of 183 million tons of CO2 equivalents. The third practice is for recovery of degraded pastures. In Rio Grande do Sul, degraded pastures are very different from the rest of Brazil. We consider degraded pastures to be places where you have too many animals and also the presence of invasive species of grass. We want to expand this to 1.43 million hectares. It's 4.7% of the Brazilian target. And in order to do that, it's all about grazing management. What exactly is grazing management? Well, this paper was published in an international journal showing the potential of grazing management to improve beef cattle production and mitigate methane emissions. So when we have on the right, for instance, a condition where you have too many animals in a given zone, you will have more methane emitted. However, also they will gain less weight, these animals, which is bad for the environment, but it's also bad for production, for the final outcome. So as I try and have from 8 to 16% fodder available, then I am able to reduce methane emission, and I'm also able to have these animals grow and gain more weight, which shows how efficient it can be when you're managing your pasture you can have an impact in both aspects. Intensive cattle finishing, which is about reducing the time it takes to grow. So Rio Grande do Sul, 200,000 heads is our target. And now looking at integrated systems, we want 1 million hectares to use integrated systems, and Rio Grande do Sul represents 10% of the Brazilian target. So basically here, we're going to have livestock forestry integration, crop forest, crop livestock integration. In January, we had very severe drought, and we went to many producers in the central area of our state, and a lot of them used an integrated system, and lots of them said that if they hadn't been using an integrated system with forests, then they wouldn't have been able to produce as much milk or meat, which shows how resilient these systems make the areas where they're implemented, especially in light of climate change. Also, when you have an integrated system, you also have more diversification, which allows you to be more adaptive, to have more sources of revenue, and also reduce greenhouse gas emission. This is yet another paper in a subtropical area in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, showing that you can reduce from 30 to 40% of emission of nitrogen oxide, which has an even biggest potential in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and global warming. So all these papers show how essential it is for us to be able to implement these techniques in our state. Looking now at planted forest, we want to have 322,000 hectares. This looks at eucalyptus, amongst other trees. We're also considering planting olive trees, some specific pecan trees. It's going to represent 8% of the entire planted forest for Brazil. And in our plan, more than 50% of the potential for emissions reduction comes from that, because forests have a huge capacity of storing CO2, not only in the soil, but in their own, in the trees themselves. So this is very important. And finally, irrigated systems. In the state of Rio Grande do Sul, we have a technology that has grown a lot in the past 3 years, a lot of it due to drought. We have an irrigation system that's been subsidized by the state government, and we hope to expand irrigation systems to 216,000 hectares by 2030, which represents 7.2% of the target in the national system. And we are convinced, we are certain that we will be able to meet the target with no problem. And finally, animal waste management. This is an important technology. Rio Grande do Sul has the third largest herd of swine and swine production. It generates a lot of animal waste, and it has a huge potential for generating energy, but also for fertilizer producer, biofertilizer. With this technology, we hope to be able to manage 11.8 million of cubic meters, which accounts for 5.6% of Brazil's national targets. So in conclusion, as we adopt all these technologies, we hope to expand 4.6 million hectares of land, which will be using low carbon agriculture. And this can mitigate 75 million tons of CO2 equivalent. So just to give you an idea, 4.6 billion hectares is about the size, or million hectares is about the size of the Netherlands. So you can see the extent and the challenge we will have to be able to get there by 2030. But food security for our state, for our nation, and for the world has to go through these technologies because these technologies increase carbon in the soil, meaning the soil has better quality and it can fulfill its main role, which is to store water, to have nutrients available, and to also be alive. A soil has to be kept alive with very high biological quality. So thank you to the Ministry of Agriculture for the opportunity, and I'm available if you have any questions about our plan.
Fantástico, Jackson. Muito obrigado pela
Thank you very much, Jackson. Very interesting, your presentation. It's interesting to see how the ABC plan is going to be implemented locally in the specific states according to their specificities, whether climate specificities or production particularities. And also, thank you for drawing attention to all the science that backs these technologies through the various papers and all the explanation, the scientific explanation that is done in these papers is important in order to expand adoption of these practices. I am a researcher from Embrapa. I am from academia, so to me it's always interesting. We're here at an international forum, and it's always important to show how much this is backed by academia as well. Because we don't have a lot of time, I'm going to change a little bit how things were going to go. I will not ask questions to each of you, but rather I will present the ABC 10-year book and the platform we have. So please, could you show the image of the book? So here we are to celebrate 13 years of success of a sectorial policy to be able to adapt ourselves to climate change and to have low carbon agriculture be developed within Brazil. We learned lots of lessons on the path to success in Brazil. I'm going to talk about them later, but first I just want us to celebrate the results. We've been able to expand by 54 million hectares the adoption of sustainable techniques in the Brazilian territory. Over the past decade, we mitigated more than 190 million tons of CO2 equivalent by adopting these. So it's no-till, integrated systems, waste, animal waste treatment, planted forests, nitrogen fixation mechanisms, aside from the restoration of degraded pastures. These are the techniques that we used and developed throughout the 13 years that have just passed. Along the way, we've had the support of many partners from the private sector, academia, Embrapa, and we have put together a book that looks exactly at what we have been able to do. It's in Portuguese and in English as well. And it shows precisely everything we've done, not just the instruments that were used for the public policy, but how we've been able to meet our targets, and actually we've gone beyond. So this is a fantastic reference that can be used worldwide and also more specifically by people developing subtropical agriculture. And we can try and implement partnerships based on this model. We've been doing that already in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And I'd like to give you this copy as a gift, Dr. Ratan Lal.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Hope you enjoy the book. Eu também gostaria de ressaltar que a gente não para
I'd
por
also like to emphasize that we're not stopping there. Since we're here, we've talked about the first phase and how successful it's been, but we know we still have a decade of work to be done. And based on what was done in the first decade, we can be even bolder. We want to mitigate 1 gigaton by 2030. we've also learned that we need to improve our measurement mechanisms and our verification mechanisms, so we are following step by step all the targets we have set for ourselves over the next decade, which is why today you will have access to a flyer. This flyer leads you to the site, to the website of the Ministry of Agriculture, where you will have access to our platform. It's the ABC Plus information platform, where you have access to data about the first 8 technologies and sustainable systems we are fostering. And here you have a focus on degraded pastures in order to be able to follow year after year how we're able to recover these 30 million hectares of degraded land, whether to have better pastures, whether we convert them to produce grains. And right before this panel, we had the launch of the program for the conversion of degraded pastures. It's a program by the Ministry of Agriculture. It's very well in line with our idea. We need investments to be able to scale up, and it's going to be the biggest carbon fixation or capture program in the world. Talking about Brazil, Brazilian agriculture, Brazilian livestock, we have a contribution that can be made there at scale. This is the main contribution that Brazilian agriculture and livestock can give as a solution to the climate problem. So I call you all to access this website, and I give you the floor, Dr. Rattanlal, for our final comments.
First of all, thank you for this book. I really will treasure it. ABC plan is an example of what the policies of national level can promote the adoption of climate-friendly agriculture, so that agriculture can become a solution. One brief comment I would like to make, that all my colleagues did an excellent job in their presentation, which I thought was very well prepared. The term low carbon agriculture can be confusing. I think if we were to say low carbon emission agriculture, it's more clear. Or you can say high carbon production agriculture. That would be okay. But low carbon emission agriculture can be confused either way. This is where I would suggest a negative emission agriculture. That is much more, our idea is that emission is negative from agriculture, but the production of carbon is high by agriculture. Having said that, I think it will be an omission on my part if I did not say that agriculture in Brazil has been an example. And I mentioned last evening when we had a meeting, Africa could benefit from Brazil's experience. Africa is the only continent, sub-Saharan Africa especially, where agricultural productivity has lagged behind the demand. The population is increasing, and the soil resources, water resources are very similar to those of Brazil. So I think if we were to promote what Brazil has done here in this continent, become the world's largest food exporter, Africa probably could learn from South-South cooperation. And I would strongly encourage that this would be a great scaling up of the agriculture technology that Brazil has been so successful. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado a todos. Eu gostaria de convidar
Thank you very much, everyone. And I would like to invite all panelists for a photo picture, for a family photo. Thank you very much, everyone who joined us for this session.
Boa tarde a todas e todos que estão aqui conosco na sala, a quem está nos
Good
acompanhando.
afternoon, everyone.
Na verdade, é um pouco bom dia, boa tarde, boa noite.
This is good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending from where you are.
Contente de estar aqui com
I'm
vocês
very
para
happy to share this panel with you to discuss a very important topic for us in Brazil, which is financial mechanisms and instruments that can help us tackle deforestation.
Nesse caso, a gente está falando especificamente essa
Today,
conversa aqui sobre modelo
we will be speaking about a transition model for a low carbon economy for the cattle raising sector. Before doing so, I'd like to present the panelists. We have Julia Dias from the Coalition of Accountable Banks, João Adrien, the ESG head for agribusiness at Itaú BBA Bank, Sandra Bonetti from the Confederation of Workers in Agriculture, CONTAG, and Gabriela Sabian from IPAN, the Amazon Environmental Research Institute. As you know, deforestation in Brazil is strongly connected with the unregulated use of land. So we have a set of greenhouse gas emissions that is different from other countries. Countries are discussing phasing out fossil fuels, but in Brazil, we need to actually reduce drastically deforestation rates. We should reach deforestation zero as soon as possible. We know that livestock production is strongly associated to the occupation of new areas in a production model that is non-sustainable, but also livestock is oftentimes used to regularize the illegal use of land in the Amazon. A lot has been done in Brazil. We have work from several stakeholders, civil society, academia, government, rural producers, financial institutions. They are all working to shift this situation, but this is not easy. It is a social construction that needs to take place. Thinking about this, when we try to understand what factors are connected with this scenario, we realize that funding is necessary because it enables the land regularization and the production regularization that require technical assistance to producers. And one thing leads to another. In this sense, the question is, what financial mechanisms are in place, taking into account that funding is so important for the transitions? What are the financial instruments that can effectively help us change this scenario in Brazil? First, I would like to hear from João. Thank you very much, Karen, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I am very happy to be part of this panel. My name is João Adrien. I am ESG head at the Agribusiness Director at Itaú BBA Bank, the private bank that has the largest portfolio in the agro sector. So we have a challenge when it comes to coming up with financial solutions for the transformation agenda towards a more resilient agriculture that is adapted to the climate and low carbon, therefore, but also ensuring food security. So it is an agenda composed of several challenges. And for us, one of the objectives is the recovery of degraded land. In the past 40 years, we grew our production by the increase in productivity, and therefore we need technology. So Brazil has also developed tropical solutions that are adapted to our conditions, and they enable increase in production and increase in adaptation. And the ABC Plus plan is somehow an umbrella where we have several of these practices. being disseminated, and the ABC Plus plan intends to reproduce this technology in the next 10 years in almost 10 million hectares in the country. So today, we have a model that needs to be adapted. So we, as a financial institution, we believe we need to allocate financial resources to practices that translate into decarbonization. Traditional financing means giving the fund to the producer, and we don't know how these funds are going to be used. From now on, we are trying to create a shelf of financial products that have a monitoring tool that is integrated, allowing for the measurement of emissions included in the financial instruments. Through this type of architecture, we can understand how the finance is impacting the carbon budget, but also how the agribusiness sector is tackling the climate change agenda. So what challenges do I see? When we put in place such an architecture, the finance has a different operational cost because one thing is having the producer accessing the fund and doing whatever he wants. Another thing is having a follow-up and a monitoring that allows us to say where the fund was used. So there is a different transactional cost, and we are giving a reduction in the fee. So we have 1.5% interest rate so that the lines are more competitive than traditional finance. However, one challenge that we have, and we discussed this in the context of the COP, is how we can come up with a reduction of this type of finance. We discussed a lot the blended finance, which is one of the drivers, and we have partnerships with Syngenta, for instance. We have a Revert program that allowed us to structure a financial transaction for the recovery of degraded land to low carbon agriculture. And then Syngenta gave a contribution, and we granted 3 years of grace, interest rate reduction, so a blended finance solution that made this transaction more competitive. So this is a challenge that we have, and I believe that this is a promising agenda. If we see the data that are available, we have almost 40% of degraded land in Brazil, and according to FGV Institute, this would require 480 billion in terms of investment, which is also one opportunity. So the recovery of degraded land and the transition to low carbon economy has a lot of opportunities. However, this is very different from the fossil fuel phase out. I wouldn't want to join this area. I think we have a lot of opportunities and the potential to tap into when it comes to the Brazilian agenda. I'm very happy to see Sandra and the panel because I think she will speak on behalf of the family agriculture, and we should be very attentive to this part of the sector because lots of the financial institutions, they do not operate in the smaller scale economy, and this should be very important. Thank you very much, and I am available. Thank you, João. It's good because you are brief. So we have room for more debate, more rounds. Now, I'd like to hear from someone else because you mentioned something that is very important when it comes to credit availability, which is a differentiated credit line to address specificities of rural producers in Brazil and also in the context of deforestation zero. Private banks propose solutions or accelerate solutions. And in a way that is more difficult for public banks. Today, we heard about the ABC Plus plan, and we know how important it is for the ABC plan that aims at a low carbon economy to have support in the implementation. And in this sense, I would like to know more about the role of financial institutions. Julia. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julia. I represent the Coalition of Accountable Banks and IDEC, the Institute for the Defense of Consumers. And you're right, we have a project for 10 years at IDEC, and our objective is not taking into account the green finance and the sustainable projects, but rather paying attention of the role of financial institutions when it comes to non-sustainable credit, credits that do not have social environmental safeguards for these banks. And before explaining about the coalition, I wanted to explain about IDEC, the Brazilian Institute for Consumer Defense. This institute was created 36 years ago to fight for the rights of consumers and to ensure the rights of these consumers together with social justice and the safeguard of natural resources. And at IDEC, for more than 10 years, we have a project in place that is actually part of an international coalition, Fair Finance International, that operates in 4 continents, more than 15 countries. And we have a ranking of sustainability of financial institutions. So we have a methodology in place. And for us, sustainability rankings take into account the risk of investments and funding. I mean, the financial risks of the fundings and the financing. But in our opinion, the risk that should be taken into account is another one. It is the risk for people, the risk of nature and of peoples. These are the risks that should be taken into account. So in practice, we carry out an assessment of social environmental accountability policies that are adopted by banks, and we created a methodology with support from the civil society and based on international treaties and agreements and works from academia worldwide, and we apply the criteria to social environmental policies adopted by financial institutions. In Brazil, we assess the 8 largest banks operating in Brazil, and also we have BNDES through a different methodology because it is a development bank, but we assess Itaú, Santander, Bradesco, Caixa, Bank of Brazil, BTG Pactual, and maybe another one, but we have 18 topics: human rights, climate change, food, mining, and etc. In practice, our work is assessing the policies disclosed by banks, by financial institutes. Then we assess them pursuant to our methodology and according to each of the topics. For instance, I can give you one example. We analyze whether the banks respect the free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous communities. And the result is that no bank respects the free, prior, and informed consent in the projects they fund. So we had a quite complicated result, and the overall average of banks are 3.8. I think it increased 0.6 as compared to the previous assessment, and that's thanks to the Brazilian National Development Bank, actually. When it comes to topics such as the climate change, the result is even worse. Last year, the bank average in terms of climate change was 2.4. When it comes to food, 2.2. So what we see is that what the civil society considers as a social practice is not what the banks see as a social practice when they decide what activities they are going to fund or what loans they are going to grant and to which companies. So we assess both bank policies within the institution. So We assess also how the policies are applied with the personnel, with the staff, also how credits are granted, how investments are accessed by companies and by sectors. So every 2 years, we carry out the assessment that is fully disclosed to banks. So at the beginning of each cycle, we have a meeting via FEBRABANS with the bank sustainability committees, and we explain the methodology, we present the study. Then once the methodology has been applied, which is actually a big spreadsheet with several sheets and all documents that have been analyzed, we go back to the bank sustainability committees for a new meeting, and then they have the possibility of replying, explaining some gaps, submitting extra documents. And it's important to say that in the previous assessment that was disclosed end last year, all banks responded to the research stage, which gives legitimacy, because that's what we want. We want to foster good practices. And in our opinion, this has a limitation because we are actually assessing policies. We're not even assessing the practice of financial institutions. We're not even assessing what is taking place on the ground when it comes to the use of these credits, loans, and funding. So on the top of assessing policies, we also carry out study cases and research as to the practice of the institutions, but also as to the regulatory system in place and the rules for granting credits. And today, we are launching a research carried out by Flávia do Amaral Vieira, a researcher, and the name is Funding of the Mid-Chain, Regulatory Instruments and the Environment. And as a result of this research, we had the mapping of the gaps and of the rules that exist for granting credit to mid-chain. We understand that the financial institutions do have a responsibility when it comes to the deforestation made by the companies in which they invest, to which they grant credit. And this research will be launched in an on-site meeting. You're all invited, but I can already mention some of the outcomes. The study is divided in 5 sections. First, we have an explanation of the connection between deforestation and the meat production. Then we explain the credit mechanisms used by this chain, such as the crop plan, Plano Safra, the regulatory scheme by FEBRABAN. And then we have a chapter on the gaps of these loans and credits, and then a chapter on international experiences that might be a reference for a better regulation. And finally, we make recommendations for the financial institutions, for the national financial system, to the central bank, the Securities Commission, as to the safeguards that are required for loan granting. Some of the elements identified by this research include the social environmental barriers that do exist, and we also concluded that the rules to loan granting, and this is a good thing, are no longer limited to the Amazon, but also to the other biomes. And you can no longer grant loans to properties that do not have a registration. On the one hand, we have advancements, but on the other hand, some new mechanisms should be created. For instance, banks should have a monitoring clause as to the loans that are granted during the period this loan is being settled. Also, the monitoring system should be compared to PRODES, the satellite monitoring system, not being only based on independent registration. As to the rural producers certification, there is basically no safeguards in place. So in our opinion, these rules should be applied. And finally, addressing the recommendations, We include the use of PRODES for the monitoring of the activities, the implementation of monitoring clauses in the loan contracts, and also we believe that banks should be held accountable for the destruction they fund and invest in. So in addition to the safeguards, we believe this central bank should sanction the financial institutions that fund deforestation. One sanction could be canceling a certain credit line. So I invite everyone to access our website and IDEX website to see this research, this publication that's also going to be launched on site. And that's it. Thank you.
Obrigada, Júlia. Salvaguarda socioambiental, né? Tanto
Thank you. When we talk about social and environmental safeguards and credit granting, of course, that is a huge challenge, and it's important for you to bring your comments from based on this research that you've done, because it includes everyone in the production chain, not only those who are producing, but also financial institutions, the public policies themselves, but also those who buy, the buyers themselves. So when we talk about safeguards, a lot of the time we are talking very far away from those who are actually making things happen, which is why I want to hear from you, Sandra. You can bring to us the perspective of agricultural workers based on the work that's done by your confederation, CONTAC. Thank you. Thank you for having me on this panel. This discussion also has to include family farming, rural workers, and workers in general. So it's important for us to give our perspective. Our role at CONTAG is to look at people's lives, how they're living in their own territories, how is their day to day. Our institution tries to identify public policies and possibilities, and we understand that all the public policies, including Plano Safra, the crop plan, and PRONAF, all these are instruments for private banks to consider, see where things are going in terms of where the government wants the country to develop, and maybe start having different discussions. So our role, in my opinion, is to try and show the way to some of the discussions and decide on a trajectory. We have a census that's yet to be published. We're still waiting for the census to be published because based on the last data we have, it dates back to 2017. But back in 2017, according to the last census, we had already lost about 400 properties for family agriculture. Actually, 400,000, I'm sorry, 400,000 properties of family farming stopped existing. So all these people went somewhere else. They have started working for another farm. Basically, they left their own properties. And this is an important figure to keep in mind. Out of the 400,000 rural producers that stopped existing, more than 2 million, which accounts for 52% of Brazilian producers, 52% of Brazilian rural producers have less than 10 hectares of land. I don't know if you understand what that is, but 10 hectares of land for some regions of our country is very little in order to be able to produce. So there is this land property concentration, financing or financial concentration. Technologies are also very concentrated, which leads me to say that there isn't equity in terms of the distribution of these resources. I'm having trouble pronouncing this word, but basically what I mean is that we need more financial instruments to be developed to be destined to family agriculture, rural producers, and livestock. So we need to have a unique look because our production, the production of these farmers, is unique. And of course, we need other financial instruments to be able to grow. We understand, as I mentioned, that there needs to be a series of public policies so that our producers will have access to means in order to develop their production. So they need money, they need technical assistance to make sure that policies are effective and can actually contribute to lots of things that we need to discuss. For instance, decarbonization. Lots of our rural producers have no idea what decarbonization is and what they can do. However, we know very well how to produce food, how to manage the soil, the land. We know how to live well in our environment. Yet, we want to be more included in the discussions that are taking place so that we can understand what's being discussed, whether it is in the financial market or in terms of public policies, so that we can contribute to ensure that our rights will be guaranteed and so that we can help others as well. So our role as a confederation, as rural producers, is to be here to say that we are not starting from the same point. So perhaps we need to have differentiated or unique portfolios or lines of credit. Maybe from this discussion, Itaú could come up with a specific line of credit for family farming. Why not? We know that the financial market self-regulates and has its own priorities. However, we have lots of needs as farmers, as rural producers, which of course we need to try and advance more and more so we are included in the process, so we are part of the transition. And so our way of producing food, which already is low carbon, is included and is perceived as being important. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sandra. It's so good to hear from the perspective of those who are actually on the ground producing, because it gives us different levels to the discussion. And one thing that João said and Julia said that drew my attention is the idea of having a database. So when we talk about monitoring and validating the data and being able to report so that everyone can check the solutions are effective and are transformative. Because I think being transformative in this process is one of the biggest challenges. A lot of the time, we find specific solutions that were developed in a given project, but to be able to scale up in the entire territory is still a challenge that we have to deal with, despite the fact that we have public policies to try and get there. Why do I say this? Because we have Gabriela Savian, she's from IPAN, and they've had a tradition precisely in establishing these databases and the scientific and technical knowledge, which is so essential for decision making. So I'd like to hear from you, Gabriela. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. It's a pleasure being here with all the colleagues and those of you who are watching us. These moments during the COP are important so that we can emphasize the different perspectives, initiatives, experiences that all our institutions develop have a place in the discussion. And so we can also foster dialogue to go beyond what we already do within Brazil. It's important to do that, of course, but here we're able to see other parts of the work we do that affects us, and we need to be able to talk about the strategies we've developed beyond Brazil so we can attract more sustainable investment and investment that is well dedicated and well connected to our context. Today we have a new global economy that's developing. It's based on the idea of sustainability. However, it requires lots of adaptation. The idea is all the commitments we make in terms of efforts towards sustainability need to be canalized so we can actually have an economic transition. So in this perspective of a new economy, companies have to adapt their own protocols, their methodologies. Banks and financial institutions, as Julia commented, have to incorporate new practices and good practices into their systems in order to be able to respond to criteria that have to do with risk reduction, etc. But also, all of agriculture and livestock in Brazil, the entire sector needs to assimilate these good practices. In Brazil, we're talking about the fact that 75% of our emissions have to do with land soil, 25% of which have to do with agribusiness. So how can we look at how agribusiness or land use, soil use is done, and how can we make sure that it is being done in a way as to be more sustainable? So resources, both in terms of quantities, but also the creative mechanisms we can have. For instance, João mentioned blended finance. We've been hearing about these different possibilities a lot. There are many experiences, initiatives that have been developed in that sense. So different ways to mix resources from different origins to be destined to sustainable activities. But we think this needs to be done in a coordinated way so we can actually have the quantity we need, the amount we need to finance this transition, to be available to the 6 million rural producers that exist based on our register. We have more than 6 million rural properties in Brazil. And we need to make sure that the financial resources are going to meet are going to be available to every single one of them. Looking also at family farmers. And we know the diversity of types of family agriculture we can have in Brazil. Other producers who maybe have their own difficulties because they're not quite family farmers and they therefore don't have access to specific policies, but they're also not big producers, to make sure to help them have access to other instruments and have more economic feasibility. So how can we reach all of them? Based on the complexity we have, we need to work with innovative financial instruments, resources that come from the government, from the international cooperation, from philanthropy, which in a sense are resources that are a little bit more free. They don't look at risks as much, but also all the other type of mechanisms we have, green funds, blended finance, and investment capital, which of course requires you to have a highest return on investment. Creativity when building these mechanisms is essential. And it's essential also in being able to raise funds and to destine these funds in an efficient way in order to meet the demands of our society. So we need to be creative in how we set up the mechanisms, the facilities. We need to drive production intensification in the degraded areas that João mentioned. We know that food production and commodity production can increase in areas that have already been cleared, which will allow us to have less pressure on the forests and on natural resources. But beside increases in productivity and intensification, we need to look at other mechanisms such as payment for environmental services and how to keep the forest standing and all the ecosystemic services that the forest provides. We've already channeled resources 50 years ago in Brazil. It's been going on for a while, which is why soy went from the state of Rio Grande do Sul and now is being planted in the north, in Maranhão, where our institution is also active. So the fact that soy, and I'm just going to use soy as an example, but the fact that it went from the southernmost state, all the way to the north, this happened because there were investments made in research and development to improve the seeds that we're using genetically to be able to deal with, different types of climate and all the variety of climates we have in our country. So now we believe that the resources need to be destined to these contexts. Today, we also have to talk about bioeconomy. It has huge potential in the long term, but it needs to receive investment, especially to understand what exactly our strategy will be when it comes to bioeconomy. So this is the challenge we have, being able to channel the resources with innovative facilities that allow us to respond to our current context, looking at our specificities. We have been able to do it way back and have resources available to research and development and infrastructure. Today, these investments also have to be linked to a technical assistance, to support which we will provide to producers. And IPAM has an initiative called Conserve. It looks precisely, well, it's a financial mechanism that looks at how to preserve forests. And after a few years of having been implemented, we have seen that beyond having a system of payment for environmental services and forest protection and conservation of forests, using the same logic of blended finance, we also need to blend in the different needs, the different demands. So having payment for environmental services on the one hand and technical support to production at the same time. With this initiative, as Karen mentioned, in the Amazon alone, 20 million hectares of forests are areas that, in theory, could be legally deforested, but based on this initiative, It's actually a smaller amount. It depends on other issues that have to do with land tenure regularization amongst other, but we anticipate that we have 10 million hectares of forest that could be legally deforested, yet, but based on this initiative and working with the financial sector and the productive sector, we've been able to link the conservation of these forests to technical support, to the while providing an intensification of production. So 20 million hectares of forests have been protected in the state of Pará thanks to this mechanism. It's just one example of other initiatives we could scale up so we can send resources from the Green Fund, funds that meet the different ESG goals for all the companies that have to get there. So it's just one example. But as a final message, I want to emphasize we will only be able to have these brilliant initiatives work if we have public policies looking at the different sectors, the different demands, whilst having a common strategy. I think that's what we still don't have. We have public policies back, but I think we need to develop them so they become more mature. And over the next year, I think what we need to have in Brazil is an overall strategy linking public policies with all the resources that exist, enabling us to channel these resources where they are most needed. And that's the big opportunity that Brazil has 2 years from now. Maybe we will be able to come to COP30 and have this strategy very well developed to be able to be understood so that our strategy is understood by the entire world, showing how Brazil is going to be able to meet the global expectations.
Eu quero agora trazer pouco disso tudo que você nos falou aqui.
Thank you.
Para quem quiser rebater,
So now I'll ask a question, an open question.
a interação entre o que a gente está falando aqui e o que está acontecendo nas negociações.
The interaction between
Isso é um pouco
the topics we are discussing here and the talks that are taking place. We are not always using the same language. We are not always talking about the same issues.
aqui nos Emirados Árabes saiu,
In the beginning of the COP, there was the launch of resilient food systems and climate action.
justamente o propósito dessa declaração
The objective of this statement is to have a financial and technical support being given for the implementation of adaptation and resilience efforts in different countries, aiming at reducing the vulnerability of farmers and producers, including smallholders and big companies. In face of the climate crisis, all parties are vulnerable to the negative effects. This statement was very well received. 134 countries ratified the statement. However, we don't really understand where the money will come from. The same problem we have. So if we rely forever on the charity of developed countries, probably it won't be enough for us to fill the gap, especially when it comes to the NDCs, and in the case of Brazil, the national strategy for biodiversity. That is part of the global stocktake that is about to happen. So here's my open question. Feel free to reply and react. But I'm wondering how financial instruments and financial institutions, how can they be creative and channel the funds through a participatory scheme to comply with the statement.
Eu acho que tem algumas questões aqui que, quando a gente fala, acho que é
When
importante,
we,
a gente vai, depois que fala, a gente vai lembrando de outras
well,
coisas também que poderia ter dito,
after
mas
making my remarks, I thought of many things I could have
no
said.
último, no último
And
plano
for
safra
instance,
2021, 2022,
during the
nós
Harvest
tivemos
Plan
essa colinha aqui,
2022,
77 projetos
77 projects were funded in the context of this
do montante
plan,
bilhões,
and out of a total of millions of projects,
ou
77
seja,
were selected.
uma estratégia de adaptação se
My
tivesse,
question
se fosse
is,
mais fácil o acesso a projetos
if it was
de
easier
energia,
to
projetos
fund
SAF,
agroecology projects, SAF projects,
cultura,
if we had more funding
por exemplo,
being given to other types of crops, not only corn and soy.
uma tecnologia
As it's
pensada
been mentioned here, there is a technology that was developed
para dizer ou para
to
produzir soja de maneira mais
produce soy in a
mais
more
eficiente, mais
efficient
sustentável.
manner, in a
Porém,
more
quantos de
sustainable
nós
manner.
comemos soja
However,
todos os dias?
how many of
Eu acho
us
que
eat
essa
soy
discussão
on
da
a daily
produção,
basis?
da
So
manutenção,
it
dos
is important to
do tamanho, claro,
discuss
mas
the
não
production,
deve,
the food
a gente
chain,
precisa,
and
não pode deixar de olhar para a produção
of
e para como se
course,
produz,
we should think about the production,
lembrar
what is
que uma
produced,
outra
but we
ponta
should
da
also
questão climática toda está sofrendo
have
muito
other
são as
related
cidades.
issues
Não tem chegado
in
ainda
connection with the
não tem
cities,
chegado
because the cities do
ainda
not have access to
alimento com
healthy
qualidade.
food,
Mas
high
porque não
quality
há
food.
incentivo público
But the
e
reason is the
privado
lack
para
of
que os
private
agricultores e
and public
agricultoras
incentive
produzam
so
alimento.
that farmers can
Infelizmente,
effectively
se a
produce
gente
food.
pegar os últimos planos safras,
That's
a
very
gente
unfortunate.
iniciou o plano
Based
safra
on the
no sul e
previous
sudeste
harvest plans, we
com
see
plantagem
that the
de
excess
soja.
of fund was given to
Iniciou,
the
eu acho
south
que
and
nós já
southern
fizemos algumas
producers
passadas,
in order to
e a
produce
gente
corn
conseguiu,
and
mas você
soya
acaba ficando
and soy. You
fazer a
see,
produção leiteira, que tem muita gente da agricultura familiar,
this is very much used for
são
milk
produções
production,
que
but these
não vão à
crops,
mesa das pessoas.
they are not on the
São
table of the
produções
regular
que são
Brazilians.
facilmente
And
feitas
this
com
produce
sustentabilidade. Elas têm padrão.
are hardly
Então,
sustainable
os
because there
instrumentos
is a
financeiros
standard
contrários.
for their
Alguns
production
dispositivos,
mechanism. So
por
maybe
exemplo,
these plans,
juros
these funds could
diferenciados,
foresee
tem
discount,
projetos
different
SAF,
interest
acho que
rates,
Gabriel sabe
different
também,
periods,
aqui
and
dizer,
Gabriel probably
não
knows
pode
better than I
trabalhar
do.
com SAF com projeto de 2, 3 anos. A gente tem que pensar projeto
We have to think of
longo
longer
prazo.
term
Então a gente precisa de
projects.
recursos
So we
e aí
need
todos os
time,
outros
we
elementos
need
que a gente
financial resources, and everything else that has been mentioned here.
eu acho que é uma precisa se existir uma vontade
I
política
believe that
de se
we
querer fazer
need
com que os sistemas
political
agroalimentários
will to
produtivos
make production and food systems
bem priorizado e aí não é
made
priorizado
a priority.
na vala rasa, né? Ele precisa ser olhado para essas outras produções, essas outras
And this by taking into account other crops, other cultures that need to be incentivized. That's great, and if you allow me. I like the fact that this is a diverse panel. I believe that Julia brought interesting information. Although the climate and adaptation agenda brings opportunities, it also brings risks and challenges. As, for instance, how can we ensure the credit is not funding illegal activities? This is one of the challenges. And I believe that Brazil counts on several instruments that helps us calculate, such as the rural certification, which is a digital certification that can be combined with PRODES, for instance. So we can assess the risk, but how can we assess the risk of the produce? Because the produce is not traceable. The bovine, the cattle is not traced and sometimes not traceable. Of course, that many methodologies aim at doing this traceability. And our bank undertook a traceability commitment. And we need to have this traceability. Otherwise, we're going to have huge loss, especially when it comes to the vaccination agenda, because, I mean, tagging an animal once in the animal's life costs almost nothing, whilst not having a tracking and a tracing system for the vaccination purposes is horrible. So we needed to have more reliable data. At present, the banks, they are very large, and the net zero agenda is pushing a data integration effort that is unprecedented. So we have also the decarbonization commitment, and we are trying to consolidate the basis. And we leverage on several tools that exist already, such as CAR, the rural registration, but there are new tools as well that are used in several sectors and maybe not used in a very strategic manner. We have, for instance, an instrument called CPR that is used to fund production, but the data are not systematized, and maybe we should discuss how this tool can help us do the traceability. As to Sandra's remarks, I think this is a very interesting debate, really. Indeed, the Brazilian agriculture and cattle raising has been historically encouraged to produce huge amounts. And also the migration from rural areas to urban areas was a public policy. So first of all, we had workers being licensed, and only after we had rural workers being certified. So there was a pushed migration, so as to say, an encouragement of the migration from rural areas to urban zones. So we're not self-sufficient in terms of rural production. So we had to do a huge effort in order to shift this reality and to be self-sufficient in our rural production. We imported food for a very long time. And we are a society that became increasingly urban and that consumes in a different scale. The consumption in a city is a very important one. Soy and corn accounts for 8% internationally. And what about the other producers? Because you see, there are different data. I have some data, other panelists have other data, so we don't know for sure. But overall, I would say that we have fewer people concentrated in rural zone, and 1% of producers represent 50% of VBP. So we're not able to include everyone. We haven't been able to include everyone. So there is a huge challenge in terms of reaching smallholders. The southern area of Brazil has a cooperative network in place so they can have better access to credit. However, in other regions where production is more diverse and less organized, the access to credit is more difficult. But I believe we should take into account a small-sized production, because when it use soy and corn, it's very easy to assess the risk. But if we have to assess the risk of a small holder in a different crop, it's very difficult for us. We have the special federal system. It's a very good system for large producers, not for smallholders. Until 2016, the artisanal production in Brazil was not subject to regulation. During Rock in Rio Festival, there was a seizure of artisanal cheese because there was the label saying it was handcrafted and it was not industrialized, so it was not possible to be sold. Then in 2016, there was a regulation, and the region of Serra da Canastra became regularized. So we had a products of origin. So this small scale is very difficult to access and to regularize, but we should really develop an approach to take them into account. I don't have a solution, but I know the problem does exist. And I believe that we have lots of public policy in place in Brazil, but the question is, we had a strong focus on food systems. We had strong negotiations on fossil fuel phase out. I believe we are well positioned because we do have challenges when it comes to reducing deforestation and ensuring social inclusion. But we have the forest code, we have a low carbon plan, which is the ABC Plus. We have several instruments, we have food manuals. So I should say we have a policy framework that encompass several food related issues. So I think we are in a good position. However, we have a systemic issues such as hunger in Brazil, non-inherited diseases that is the result of poor food, and our challenge is not to create new policies, but to implement policies. We are great in creating policies that will never be implemented. And we cannot risk not implementing policies such as the forest code due to the lack of agreement between certain sectors. We need to be coherent and implement our policies. If we do so, we can be in a very good position. So these are my comments.
Bom, eu só queria reagir um pouquinho à sua fala, João.
João,
Eu queria, assim, tá meio ruim, né? Bom, eu só queria reagir um pouco à sua fala.
so
A gente tá
to
falando
react to your
da
remarks,
ESG do Itaú, por exemplo,
we
né, para o agronegócio.
can think about ESG portfolio at Itaú. This is one thing, but there is the non-ESG portfolio. You know how much credit does Itaú grant outside the ESG portfolio? And what are the commitments that the bank undertakes when it comes to an amount of money that is much greater than the ESG portfolio? So we want commitments. We really do not take into account the role played by financial institutions in funding non-ESG projects. When we see in Europe, the way they regulate this market is very different. And quite often, we forget that this illegal producer is being funded by a private bank. So the bank has to be held accountable. And someone referred to self-regulation. Well, for us, the self-regulation is not a solution. Because in this case, you have the banks creating the rules for their own operations. So I recently read an article that had an audio that was disclosed where a pressure was put on a bank that was required to grant credit to the agribusiness to a company that actually had more than 300 million reais in fines for environmental crimes. So the big banks, they make beautiful statements and disclosures as to their commitment towards sustainability and accountabilities, but these efforts are the result of pressure made by the civil society, the international arena, but this is much more a statement made for the market rather than actual action. So that's kind of what I wanted to say. Of course, that we have to take into account ESG related instruments, that's great, but we should not forget that a credit portfolio is way beyond ESG. So what is non-ESG? How do we hold the banks accountable for this granting of credits? Do we have time? If you allow me, I would like to link this debate with the talks that are taking place at the COP level. We now see food systems as opportunities of sustainability to tackle food insecurity, hunger, ensure sustainable production, global stock take, the funds. A fund was launched at the COP for fund systems. And that's precisely our challenge, how we can connect a global agenda and global funds to allocate funds taking into account we have such a diversity. You need to comply with this demand to cope with this reality. So this is yet another challenge. And based on what we see when it comes to climate funds and taking into account that the $100 billion did not reach the countries for forest conservation purposes for the communities. A challenge is to make these funds that aim at food systems might effectively reach the communities, the reality, the field. And we've been discussing recently, actually, as of the Paris agreements, we've been discussing how we can enable climate funding, climate finance. The process was simplified through the carbon market and the commoditization of carbon. So it can be a means to have access to climate finance and have access to private capital. So we have the carbon market in place. This is a short-term solution that tackles ESG-related issues. However, it does not fund the entire chain. And our risk is having food systems funds that do not comply with the real demand. And domestically, we have a debate regarding the regulated carbon market in Brazil, whether the agribusiness sector will join this market or not. Whether the agribusiness will undertake deforestation reduction targets. But to conclude, all these commitments, targets, objectives, they are important, but we also need to do our homework in Brazil so that when COP30 arrives, we can have a solution for this credit reaching the local communities. So we need Brazil to fulfill a key and leading role when it comes to enabling deforestation reduction, forest recovery, and also developing a sustainable farming model.
Thank you. If you let us, we will continue developing this topic. However, we have to conclude, and before I do so, I'd like to ask those in the audience if you have any questions or comments. We have some time for questions if you want.
Boa tarde, acho, né? Meu nome é Beethoven Narvaez, eu trabalho na USP.
Good afternoon. I am Victor. I work at USP, University of São Paulo. I have a question. What Julia said was very interesting. My question is, up to what point is the bank responsible for certifying? Because the more processes you have, the more bureaucratic it is, the longer it takes for the money to be dispersed. Is there a limitation for the bank, for instance, to say I will not certify, I will just check? Because I have to look at the role of the bank. It needs to manage the loans. The person needs to receive the money. Up until what point can you have bureaucratic processes that are feasible, that will allow the bank to continue doing its role? I'm not sure if you understood.
Não, na verdade, o que a gente está olhando, né, é para os compromissos que os bancos assumem em relação
Actually, we're talking about the commitments the
Então,
banks make in terms of their investments.
compromissos,
So, how much
questões que para a gente são muito
they
importantes,
include
responsabilidade socioambiental.
issues which are very important for us in terms of ESG.
Compromissos a gente não avança.
Without some commitment from them, we will not be able to advance in terms of guaranteeing environmental rights, social rights. I don't think this is adding bureaucracy to the system, but rather ensuring the rights of populations and nature are taken into account. I'm not sure I answer your question, so I'm sure that all investments and finance facilities have their own rules. Maybe we could look at those rules to see what are the safeguards that financial institutions are implementing. But we do understand it doesn't need to come only from them. It should come from the central bank, from the Securities and Exchange Commission. So yes, the national financial system needs to regulate it.
Uma conexão com o que a Júlia colocou, eu acho que é o seguinte, Júlia, eu acho que a gente tem duas, importante colocar assim, tem duas questões. Uma
I think there are two issues.
ESG e
One is ESG financing, and the other is all of the financing. For any finance, you have minimum requisites. So you verify produce every single day for deforestation. You cannot have the overlap with public land. So we have a series of requirements, minimum requirements we verify for any credit line. ESG goes beyond because it's zero deforestation. There are other requisites in that sense. And also because we look at greenhouse gas emissions in a specific way. The challenge is how to implement that for all our credit lines. Because this started in 2021, we've been developing. It's not easy to do, but together with the Brazilian Development Bank, we have pilot projects to monitor deforestation projects. It's not easy to identify when there exists this kind of deforestation. It's 1 billion reais of funding, and only 1% is linked somehow to deforestation. And 3% of rural properties had deforestation in the past year, and 75% of the deforestation that happens in the Amazon is on public land. What is the problem we're facing or the challenge? It's precisely how the bank can interpret and identify a situation of irregularity. So a rural production that was embargoed, it regularized its situation and it asks for a credit. How can I identify that something's wrong in the situation? In the case of embargoes, environmental embargoes exist, but a lot of criminal activities exist that are not embargoed. How can we identify it as a bank? We don't need to we cannot be the state. We cannot do the work that should be done by the state. So this is the challenge that we have.
Muito bom. Vou abrir para você rapidamente, porque nosso tempo está praticamente.
I will open for one last question. We are almost out of time.
Puxando pouco do que Sandra colocou.
Going back to what Sandra mentioned,
Do que Sandra colocou, que é a falta de acesso aos agricultores a crédito rural.
producers don't have much access to rural credit. how can we open the door of banks to family agricultures, family farmers, sorry. In Pronaf, we cannot have access in north and northeast regions of Brazil just for Pronaf. How can we open the doors? How can we ensure that a company, a rural producer that's creating jobs, that's producing something for the country, and that has a social role and an environmental role, how can the financial sector help make credit available to them to make sure we're transforming agriculture, mostly family farming? We know that they don't have access to credit for a series of factors. It's not just because there is no will, but there are logistics aspects. I come from the south. I know very well how cooperativism works. I understand well how rural credit works. However, I think we need to do more, and we need financial sector to be more involved and available for that.
Eu acho que esse é, assim, é o desafio que a gente tem, esse é o problema que a gente tem desafio de solucionar, né?
This is the problem that we have a hard time solving.
Para como descer para a carteira, a gente conseguiu entrar no Pronamp esse ano.
We are participating in Pronamp this year, so mid-sized producer, but for the small producer, we still have challenges. I think the current scenario is positive, so banks such as Banco do Brasil and Caixa are able to be present where we are still not competitive enough. I don't think this is a problem. I think it's positive for the country to have a bank that is able to help these producers, that producers can have access to, because a lot of the time in certain situations we are not as competitive as Banco do Brasil, for instance.
Eu acho que, como eu falei, a estruturação como cooperativismo ajuda muito.
And I think the fact that people are structuring themselves in cooperatives helps. With Syngenta, for instance, they've been able to reach smaller producers. So perhaps we can have partnerships with companies that connect to smaller producers or cooperatives. So we are thinking about it all. Of course, we still don't have a solution, but that's precisely what we need to think about and try and develop. It is indeed our main challenge, one of the main challenges. And we need to maybe dedicate the Plano Safra resources to this kind of situation, because 60% of Plano Safra's resources were dedicated to bigger producers. Now it's just 40%, which means private sector is able to finance a lot of the big producers. So maybe we need to change it. This year, Plano Safra was announced, but there is no rural insurance. And in a context of being very subject to risk in terms of climate change and all of that, I think that's not a very good position. We need to make sure that they have access to rural insurance. We need to rethink about how the Plano Safra's resources are going to be destined. I'm trying to keep track of time. Actually, we don't have any more time. So let's conclude. I think we have this umbrella, colorful umbrella of opportunities for COP30. What do you want to include in it if you consider opportunities and financial mechanisms that allow us to reduce deforestation? And you're going to have just one sentence to add to this umbrella of ideas. What's on your wish list?
Eu vou falar depois desses aí, eu acho que a discussão para mim seria essas parcerias.
The discussion for me is precisely the partnerships to ensure climate financing is more competitive than conventional financing. Strategies and structure for implementation.
Eu acho que essas estratégias, estruturas cheguem de fato, elas não
to
fiquem
make sure the
só no
strategies
papel,
and
nos acordos,
infrastructure actually
Para
makes
que
it
elas
to the
possam
ground.
assumir
It's not just on
papéis de
paper.
instituições financeiras privadas.
Social and environmental responsibility and accountability of private financial institutions. So these are your contributions, and mine is together we can make a difference. Thank you very much.